prayer or blessing. Om Ajnanat Nirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri nitāi-pada-kamala Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupa Sagrajata Sahagana Raghunathanitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakamitamscha Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. So by reciting these prayers, these words, we hope to invoke the grace of great teachers and great masters, that they also be present here, bless this occasion.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, welcome to day 2 of the Bhakti retreat. We will be starting our program with Mangala aarti. Suvrat Achut, can you spotlight Radha Gopinath
Bring into
Asparji?
your heart and mind this prayer or blessing. Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurmilitam yena Tasmai
Pujari ki jai, Shri Radha Gopinath ki Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Devi ki jai, Shri Gaur nitāi ki jai.
Sarada vanala nidhanakha Trinaya karunya ganaganatam Rapasya kalyana gunayavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinam Samsarada vanala nidhanakha Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Leela Vaditra Madana Manashura Sena Romanchakam Pashu Sutaranga Bhaji Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu Leela Vaditra Shri Vigrahada Tana Nityana Shingaradana Diramajanado Yukasya Bhaktam Shani Anjajitopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinam Shri Vigrahada Tana Nityana Shingaradana Diramajanado Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavad Prasada Swada Anadritam Hari Bhakta Sangha Ketaiva Diptam Shri Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinam Chaturvidha Shri Swada Anadritam Hari Bhakta Sangha Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinam Shri Radhika Madhavya Para Madhurya Bhasya Vande Guru Shri Charana Ravindam Vande Guru Shri Charana Ravindam Nikunjayono Rati Kilisi Jai Yaya Libi Yuktira Pikshaniya Tatrati Shashiyati Valabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charana Ravindam Yuktira Pikshaniya Sakshadaritvena samasta sastre Yuktasya bhavyate sadivi Kintu Prabhu yashi priyaiva tasya Vande Guru Shri Charana Ravindam Sakshadaritvena bhavate sadivi Kintu Prabhu Vande Guru Shri Charana Ravindam Yasya Prasado Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadam Nagati Kadu Api Dhyayanstu Amstasya Yashyati Sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charana Ravindam 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 Vande Guru Shri Charana Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Nama Krishna Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshitarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Shama Sundara, Shama Sundara, Jaya Radha Shama Sundara, Shama Sundara, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Shri Subhadra. Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Shri Subhadra. Jaya Nitāi, Pachita Pavana Nitāi. Jaya Jaya Panchatattva, 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 Jaya Panchatattva. Jaya Panchatattva, 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 Jaya Panchatattva. Jaya Panchatattva, 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 Jaya Panchatattva. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Guru Shila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hariba, 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 Nitai Gaura Hariba. Gaur Vimanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivajikacharya Ashtra Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. His co-founder Acharya His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivajikacharya Ashtra Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Anand Koti Vaishnavind Ki Jai. नामाचार्य श्रीलरदास ठाकुर की जय। प्रेम से कहो जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की गंगा माई की जय, यमुना माई की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, तुलसी देवी की जय, निताई गौर प्रेमानंद। All glories to assembled devotees. 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 All glories and glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories and glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Putale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Nami. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pujarini. Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschata Destarini. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Now Narshima prayer please.
Manahar, if you could please unmute and for the Narshima prayer.
Now bringing into your heart and mind this prayer or
Hari Bol, Manhar, please sing.
They're just getting set up. Just 1 second.
उसमें ज्वाइन तो मुझे ऑडियो आएगा तो मैं अपनी टेक्निक कर दिया
Manahar?
Nancy Mataji, it's muted. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, are you having trouble with unmuting? We could.
Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhuji, we can
Sorry.
hear
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, just please
Hare
start.
Krishna, Prabhuji.
Sorry, Prabhuji, we were having audio issues. Can you hear us now?
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, continue.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Can we start?
Yes, Prabhuji, you can start.
Okay.
Yes, please start.
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Jai Narshima, Shri Narshima, Jai Jai Shri Narshima, Praladisha, Jaya Padma, Uka Padma, Bringam. Namaste Narasimhaya, Namaste Narasimhaya, Dala Dala Dadahine, Dala Dala Dadahine, Hiranyakashi Rakshaha, Hiranyakashi Rakshaha, Shilakankanakalaya, Shilakankanakalaya, Ito Nasimha Parato Nasimha, Ito Nasimha Parato Nasimha, Yato Yato Yami Tuto Nasimha, Yato Yato Yami Tuto Nasimha, Bahe Nasimha, Ridahe Nasimha, Bahe Nasimha, Ridahe Nasimha, Narasimha Madhim Sharanam Prakati, Narasimha Madhim Sharanam Prakati, Tava Kamala Vahe Nakha, Adbhuta Shenga, Lalita Hiranyakashipu, Tanuvega, Keshavadita Narahari Rupa, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai
Jaya Narshima Dev, 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 Jaya Narshima Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, 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 Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Gurudev, 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 Jayo Jayo Gurudev. Nitāi-pada Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitāi-pada Hari Bol.
Bhakti Vignanashik Narsimdev Bhagwan ki
Jai,
Akshiromani Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki
Jai,
Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ji Maharaj ki
Jai,
Param Karuna mein Shri Guru Maharaj ki
Jai,
Anant Koti Navrind ki
Jai.
Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Now let's move on. First of all, thank you, Manhar. Thank you, Bhavya, and thank you to the Pujari, Anandini Radhika Mataji. Now we'll be moving on to the next portion of our program, which is Tulasi Puja. I humbly request Her Grace Manharini Mataji and Bhakti Amala to please turn on their audio and their video so we can continue with the program.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Amala, could you please unmute? Hare Krishna Amala. Krishna, I think we're just experiencing some technical difficulties. Just few minutes.
doing?
Hare Krishna. Amla is unavailable at the moment, so Prabhuji has asked me to cover. So we will start with the translation. O Tulasi, beloved of Krishna, I bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Shri Radha and Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has his wishes fulfilled, bestowing your mercy on him. You make him a resident of Vrindavana. My desire is that you will also give me a residence in the pleasure groves of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Thus, within my vision, I will always behold the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me a follower of the cowherd damsels of Vraja. Please give me the privilege of devotional service and make me your own maidservant. This very fallen and lowly soul of Krishna prays, may I always swim in the love of Sri Radha and Govinda. Vrindaya Tulsi Devya Priya Keshvam Shra Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavate Namo Namaha.
Vrindaya Tulsi Devya Priya Keshvam Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavate Namo Namaha.
Vrindaya Tulsi Devya Priya Keshvam Shra Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavate Namo Namaha.
Vrindaya Tulsi Devya Priya Keshvam Shra Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavate Namo Namaha.
Vrindaya Tulsi Devya Priya Keshvam Shra Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavate Namo Namaha.
Vrindaya Tulsi Devya Priya Keshvam Shra Vishnu Bhakti Pradadevi Satyavate Namo Namaha.
Tulsi Maharani ki Namo Now we'll be moving on to Guru Puja. Can we please begin by reading the translation? I'd like to humbly request His Grace Gopal Govind Prabhu and Her Grace Jai Radhika Mataji to...
Hare Krishna.
Sorry, it's not going to be Jai Radhika Mataji, it's going to be His Grace Radha Gopinath Das Prabhuji. Gopal Govind Prabhu, if you can please read the translation. And I saw your message. I will try to have Achyut play Mridanga. The issue is there's a bit of a lag, so there might be that lag issue, but I'll still have him play. We'll see how it works out.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain the pure devotional service. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My only wish is to have my consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He is my Lord, birth after birth. From his ecstatic prema emanates. By him, ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. You are a spiritual master. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, the Lord and the master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto me. Give me the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Guru Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschata Desitarine Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Pandamui savadhana mate. Pandamui savadhana mate. Yahara prasade vai ei bhavatoriyo yai. Yahara prasade vai ei bhavatoriyo yai. Krishna prapti hoy yaha hoy te. Krishna prapti hoy yaha hoy te. Guru mukha padma vakya chitate kariyo akya. Arana kariho mani asha. Guru mukha padma vakya chitate kariyo akya. Arana kariyo mani asha. Shri Guru charane rati aise uttama gati. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Shri Guru charane rati aise uttama gati. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित। चक्षुदान दिलो जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित। प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते मृद गाए जहाँ रचरी। प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाए जहाँ रचरी। गुरु करुणा सिंधु पदम जनारा बंधु। लोकनाथ लोके राजीवा। श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु पदम जनारा बंधु। लोकनाथ लोके राजीवा। महाप्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पाद छाया। महाप्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पाद छाया। जस सुखी भुवना जस सुखी भुवना। आह प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पाद छाया। आह प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पाद छाया। देवे जस सुखी भुवना देवे जस सुखी भुवना। शिला प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा। प्रभुपदा जय प्रभुपदा। जय प्रभुपदा Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Gurudev, Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Gurudev. Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Guru Charanarvind ki jai, निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। समस्त भक्त वृंद की जय।
Now we will be moving on to the next program. I would like to request His Grace Gokulanand Prabhuji to please recite the 10 offenses against the holy name.
Gokulanand Prabhu, we are not able to hear you very well. We are not able to hear you at all. Gokulanand Prabhu, we can't hear you.
Hare Krishna, Gokulanand Prabhuji. I believe you might be muted. We cannot hear you.
How is it now?
It's good now, Prabhuji.
Prabhuji, there is an echo. So, are you connected with two devices?
It's okay now.
Prabhuji, there's a slight echo. So, are you connected with two devices? If so, can you just turn the volume down on one of them?
Okay, let me. Am I okay now? Hare Krishna?
Yes.
Perfect now.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay. We're reading 10 offenses. Hare Krishna to all of you. Sorry about that. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy name of the Lord. Number 2 is to consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the name of the Lord Vishnu. Number 3 is to disobey the orders of the spiritual master. Number 4, to blaspheme the Vedic scriptures in pursuance to the Vedic version.
Number 5 is to consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. Number 6 is to give some interpretation to the holy name of the Lord. Number 7 is to commit the sinful activities on the strength of the holy name. Number 8 is to consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities which are offered in the Vedas as a fruitive activities. It's like karma kanda. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy name. And last but not least, the number 10 is to not have the complete faith in chanting of the holy name and to maintain the material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. So every devotee who proclaim to be Vaishnava must guard against these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for reciting the 10 offenses against the holy name. I would now like to invite, I would like to request His Grace Dhir Krishna Prabhuji to please recite the Sikshashtkam.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, sounds perfect.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, Shri Sikshashtkam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Gurudev ki jai. Cheto darpana marjanam bhav mahadavagni nirvapanam shreya kairava chandrika vitranam vidyavadhu jivanam anandam buddhivardhanam Pratipadam Purna Amrita Aswadanam Sarvatma Snapanam Param Vidyate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam Nam Namakari Bahuda Nij Sarva Shaktisha Tatrarpita Niyamataha Smarane Nakalaha Etadраshi tav kripa bhagavan mamapi durdevam mitrasham iha jani nanuragaha trinadapi sunichena tarorapi sahashnuna amani namandena Kirtaniya sada hari na dhanam na janam na sundarim na kavitam jagadish kamaye mam janmani janmanishware bhavatad bhakti rahit ki twai ainanda tanuj kinkaram Patitam mam vishme bhavam budho Kripaya tav pad pankaja Isthit tuli adrasham vichintaya Nainam galadashrudharaya Vadanam gadgad hridaya gira Pulkir nichitam vapukada तव नाम ग्रहणे भविष्यति युगायितं निमेषेण चक्षुषः प्रवर्षायितं शून्यायितं जगत् सर्वं गोविन्दविरहेण मे आश्लेषवापादरतां पिनष्टु माम् Adarshana murmahataam karotu va यथा तथा वा विदधातु लम्पटो मत प्राणनाथस्तु स्वयं नाप्रा नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौतुसे नमः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। श्री श्री शिक्षाष्टकम की जय। हरे कृष्ण।
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you for that. Now we have a small breakfast break, which will last until 9:30. So if everyone can go enjoy their breakfast right now, we'll have our small break. And can everyone please be back at 9:30 a.m. sharp, because we will begin with Sri Gurudev's class at that point. So see you all at 9:30. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Gai Gora Madhur Sare,
Gai Gora Madhur Sare,
Gai Gora Madhur Sare,
Gai Gora Madhur Sare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Gai Gora Madhur Sare,
Gai Gora Madhur Sare,
Gai Gora থাকো সদা হরি বলে দেখো গৃহে থাকো বনে থাকো সদা হরি বলে দেখো গৃহে থাকো বনে থাকো সদা হরি বলে দেখো গৃহে থাকো বনে থাকো সদা হরি বলে দেখো সুখে দুঃখে ভুলো না খো বদনে হরি নাম করো রে সুখে দুঃখে ভুলো না খো বদনে হরি নাম করো রে সুখে দুঃখে ভুলো না খো বদনে হরি নাম করো রে সুখে দুঃখে ভুলো না খো বদনে হরি নাম করো রে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে মায়া জলে পদ হয়ে আচমিছে কাজলয়ে 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 এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে এখন আছে ধনা পেয়ে রাধা মাধব নাম বলো রে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে জীবন হইল শেষ না বজিলে ঋষিকে জীবন হইল শেষ না বজিলে ঋষিকে জীবন হইল শেষ না বজিলে ঋষিকে
Hare Hare Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. तो सबसे पहले मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करूँगा कि शाम को मेरी शक्ति और आवाज़ और जोश बहुत next to nil. It becomes almost nil. But I'll try to push it, pump it as much as I can. And then let's see how it goes. Yesterday it happened. I don't think it was good yesterday. Let's try today. So we have chosen very elevated subject and a book for Bhakti retreat, Bhajan Rahasya. So Bhajan is performed on a spiritual level. Archan goes up to intellectual level, mind, intelligence, intellect, mind, concentration, body. By body we can, by mind we can do archan. But bhajan even goes beyond the archan, which is on a spirit level. Anand maya abhyashat. Anand is a function of soul, Atma. Atma anandmaya abhyashat. So bhajan is a very serious matter. His Divine Grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, he used to see his father Bhaktivinoda Thakur Mahasai, how intensely he is engaged in bhajan, both at Puri, Jagannath Puri and Sri Dham, Mayapur. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written this book on his experience, how to perform bhajan. So bhajan is a very intense and very, I wouldn't say demanding, you can say demanding. It demands enthusiasm and dhiraj, nischay. It demands renunciation of material world, including mind, intelligence, body, bodily necessities. And today's subject is Chaturthya sadhana. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur is performing this around the clock bhajan. In other words, he starts 3:30 in the morning and goes around the clock. So this bhajan is performed with the aim of intense meditation on Lord Radharani, Krishna, Radharani, and Astasakhi, and Asta Sakha, and father, mother, Nand Maharaj, Jasoda Maya, elderly gopi, younger gopi, same as gopis, manjaris, and their pastimes with Krishna, which is Astayam Lila. So today we're going to talk about Madhyan Lila from 11 to 3:30 p.m. 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. So in Madhyan Lila, Krishna brings his cow, calf, and buffalo, if it is there, to pasturing ground near Radha Kund, Govardhan, and Vrindavan area. So that's where Madhyan Lila is happening. Especially Radha Kund is a center. Radha Kund is yoga pit, center of Lord's pastimes with his kinsmen, such as gopis and friends, who are friends. So in Madhyan Lila, Lord is engaged in his intimate pastimes with Srimati Radharani, and also playing with his intimate friends and herding cows. So Madhyan Lila, Krishna engages in sporting pastimes in Jamuna, Jalkeli, Dol Lila, Indola, the swinging ceremony Lila, and sporting Lilas, Jalkeli, Bansi, stealing flute Lila, and so many intimate pastimes like this. So this Lila Smaran is done at the level of Ruchi. We have to come to the Ruchi taste level in order to meditate on such Lila. Ruchi means the Ruchi means that भक्ति के निरंतर अभ्यास से निष्ठा के बाद रुचि उत्पन्न होती है। रुचि उत्पन्न होने पर श्रवण, कीर्तन, भक्ति के अंगों का बार बार अनुशीलन हम करते हैं, और जितना अधिक अनुशीलन हम करते हैं उतनी रुचि टेस्ट बढ़ता है। तो टेस्ट रुचि बढ़ती है। एक सुंदर उदाहरण से हम देख सकते हैं कि अनुग्रास में श्लोक आएगा। तो भूख लगी हो 5 दिन के बाद, भूखे हैं हम 5 दिन से, तो भूख लगी हो तो खाने में हमारी for eating we have intense desire, intense rush, intense eagerness. But if we are not hungry or there is no taste and you give so many palatable palatable dishes, but you will not able to develop your taste, ruchi, for it because you have no hunger for that. So ruchi means we have to have that taste for eating. Just like if you say to somebody that it is time for eating, so then that somebody will say, "Kya bana? What is there to eat? Who made it? And how it is made? Is it tasty? Is it this? Is it that?" So many questions he's asking. But if you have a ruchi, no matter what and what is being offered to you and how it is made and so and so forth. So many questions is out of question. You immediately jump into eating because you have the taste. You develop hunger, and because of that, you have a taste. So this ruchi is for hearing and chanting, remembering Krishna. When the taste is developed, no matter what condition you are in, you immediately sit down and hear, or you immediately kirtan, you sing and you dance. But if you don't have ruchi, then you will ask, who is singing? Is he going to sing on a flute or harmonium? Is he going to play mridanga? Who is going to play mridanga? And who is going to come to hear? And so many questions because there is no taste. So ruchi means that we have developed our taste for hearing around the clock, chanting around the clock, listening around the clock, and so forth. That is ruchi. Ruchi means you never get tired of kirtan, lila kirtan, nam kirtan. You never get tired of hearing Krishna Katha. You like to have thousands and millions of years to hear Katha. You never get tired of chanting. After 16 rounds, you don't say, "Has 16 are done. Now I can do my nonsense." Prabhupada says that. I'm not saying. Prabhupada says, after 16 rounds, "Has, now I can do my nonsense." So that is not ruchi taste. Ruchi means kirtaniya sadhari. So his ruchi means he always like to chant and hear. He has developed that taste, and he's eager. He's eager to. Where can I hear? Where can I go for hearing kirtan? Where can I go for hearing katha? How can I enjoy? How can I go derive bliss from chanting? This is ruchi. We should be intensely eager to perform bhajan. That is ruchi. So, in ruchi, the Astayam Lila last sloka, we'll see that at the end. But another thing, Srila Sachidanand Bhaktini Thakur is incorporating ruchi and then the midday pastimes along with this Sikshashtkam sloka. There is one who has developed the ruchi. He performs Aituki Krishna Bhakti, Nam Sadhak, he performs Adhikari Krishna Bhakti, and in that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's fourth sloka, Nadhanam, he doesn't have taste to acquire so much wealth. Nadhanam, not because the more you acquire the wealth, more you have to work. The greed, intense greed will arise, and to protect that money, you will have to work. To earn that money, you have to work. You will have to think nobody can snap. Nobody will take away my money. Even if you are a millionaire, if you want more money, you will have to work. You cannot do without working. Same thing in Bhakti also. We never get tired of performing devotional service. But this is bliss, total bliss. And that is total trap. Make more money and get trapped in it. Just like spider weaves the web, and within web he gets trapped. Works hard to make web, and then he gets trapped in it. So now dhanam, if you are eager to earn money, then you cannot be eager to, you cannot develop your ruchi for doing your bhajan. No dhanam, that is a condition. No dhanam, and taste for the bhajan, to chant. No dhanam, no dhanam. And you don't hanker for so many sishyas, disciples, and followers, and so many servants, and so many things like that. Na janam, na dhanam. The ruchi can come only if we are above na dhanam, na janam, na sundarim, kavita. These four things, if you don't indulge in these four things, then ruchi automatically will be there. And with that ruchi, we can meditate on Madhyana Lila of Lord, which is swinging pastime, Dolan Yatra, and water sporting pastime, and so many in Madhyana Lila pastimes we can meditate. So na dhanam, na janam, na sundarim, kavita. I should not be eager to become so much scholarly. So these four things will not enable us to develop that ruchi in bhajan. So that's why Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that janmani ishware bhautad bhakti ahituki tvahi. I want that bhakti, devotional service, birth after birth. I don't want this, I don't want this. I don't want material world, material comforts, material wealth, material followers, material. The followers, disciples, one should take one who is on a bhava stage, bhavankure. Jata bhakta can accept disciples. If he is not a Jata bhakta, then he should not accept disciples. He will fall and he will make his disciples fall. Jata bhakta means bhavankure jane. Shanti avyartha kalatvam virakti manasunyata asabadha samutkantha asabadha samutkantha namagane sadaruchi priti tad vasati sthale asakti tad gunakhyane iti adasya jata bhavan kurejane jata bhakti jatrati जात भक्त, इसको जात भक्त कहते हैं, जिनके हृदय में ये भाव उत्पन्न हो, उनको जात भक्त कहते हैं. So such bhakta who has developed taste for, he is very kshant. Kshant means tolerant. Kshanti, Santi nahi. He is Sant also and kshant, most tolerant. Bhavankuri jane. Kshanti ravyartha kalatam. He does not waste single moment of his time. This was trained by Srila Prabhupada. All of us were trained that you should not waste single moment of time. So I have formed that habit right from the beginning. How I cannot waste my time. The Prabhupada says, if you don't want to waste your time, then namagane sadaruchi. One has to develop the taste of chanting holy name always. So that is not wasting time. Kshanti ravyartha kalatvam. Virakti is detached from worldly material things, especially dhanam, janam, sundarim, kavita. No ha dhanam, ha janam, ha sundarim, ha kavita, no ha, na. So that is Kshanti ravyartha kalatvam, virakti. Ravyartha kalat, virakti. Na dhanam, na janam. Virakti mana sunyata. And never expect any respect for oneself. Trunadapi sunichena. Taroreva saisma. Amani namana dena. Kirtaniya sadahari. He is always engaged in chant. Manasunyata. Manasunyata. Never expect any kind of respect for oneself. Most of the time we like to always ask, how was my lecture? Lecture was good? Or so and so forth. So many times we expect some respect. So that is Nadanam Najanam Nasundarim Kavitam Shantira Vartha Kalatvam Virakti Manasunyata Asabadha. He is always very pessimistic. Asabadha. Asabadha means one day Sri Krishna will bestow his unlimited mercy on me. One day Srila Rup, Sanatan, Raghunath Das Goswami, they will bestow their mercy on me. So we should be always very patient and expect their mercy. So Asabadha Samutkanta. Samutkanta is always very, very eager all the time. Where can I find Krishna? Hey Radhe, Hey Vrajadevi, Hey Lalite, Hey Sunna, Hey Nanda Suno. Nanda Suno means Krishna, Nanda Maharaj's son, Suno. Where are you? Nanda Suno Kuta, Govardhan Kalpa Pada Patale, Kalindi Vanya Kuta, Bhushan Taiti Sarvato, Vrajapure, Khed, Mahavivalta. Not just विवलता, कहाँ हो, कैसे पाऊं, कब पाऊं, क्या करूं, कौन मिला सकता है, किसके पास जाऊं, विवलता. Where can I go? महाविवल. तो शांति राव्यर्थ कालतम विरक्ति मानसुन्यता आशाबद्ध समुत्कंठा नामगाने सदा रुचि is always 24 hours. He is very, very eager. How can I get billions of time and billions of years to have this holy name, to serve the holy name. So that is ruchi. This is ruchi. Namagane sada ruchi. Asakti tadguna khyane. Priti tabo vasati sthale. To glorify Krishna in his good qualities such as Bhakta Vatsalta, Bhakta Vasyata. Vatsal and Vasya is conquered by his devotees. He is surrendered soul to his devotees. Bhakta Vasyata. So this is Jata Bhakta. And in whose heart the Bhava has tried to fructify. In other words, in bird form. Ankur means bird. Bhava Ankur is in it. But this Bhata, Jata, Bhakta can accept disciples. So we were talking about the Kavita Madhagriska. Na Janam. I don't want any followers. Na Dhanam, Na Janam. Na Janam. Na Sundarim. We are always eternally conditioned to see and associate with opposite sex, whether it is monkey body or dog's body, hog's body, camel body, human body, demigod's body, always anchoring Sundari. That will not enable us to develop ruchi. Sundari, Kavitam, scholarly, a scholar, post-scholar. Srila Rupa Goswami, he never claimed for himself to be a very scholarly. He always signed whoever came to him for Digvijay. He always signed that paper. He didn't do Sabdat. So this is what this sloka bhajan. So Mama Janmani Janmanishwara Bhavtat Bhakti Rahitakitvahi. So he can anchor only Sri Krishna's bhakti birth after birth. Tandera Charana Sevi Bhakta Sanivas Janama Janami Hoy Ei Abhilash. So let's understand here what is Bhajan Rahasya. Bhajan Rahasya means that Bhajan Rahasya culminates this sloka Adho Srada Tata Sadhu Sangha Tata Bhajana Kriya Tata Narth Nivrutti Shyat Tata Nishta Ruchis Tata Asakti Tata Bhava Abhidanchanti Sadhakanam Vim Premna Pradurbhava Bhavit Krama. This sloka. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sikshashtkam, art sloka for Astayam Lila. How one can enter into Astayam Lila meditation. These are all highly elevated subject matters. These are not for beginners, neophyte devotees. We have taken up a very high level subject in this retreat, Bhajan Rahasya. So Bhajan Rahasya, that you meditate around the clock on Astayam Lila with mood of Sikshashtkam and the sloka Adho Srida Tata Sadhu Sang sloka. And with that, Ujjwal Nilmani and Harinam Chintamani and Srila Rupa Goswami's nectar of instruction, nectar of devotion. All this is culminated in Bhajan Rahasya. So this is Astayam Lila, and I'll go further before I run out of my time. So the second sloka. So we have to keep in mind Ruchi. That's Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is now quoting all the slokas, especially from Bhagavatam, how we can develop Ruchi. If we have developed Ruchi, what kind of consciousness he will have. So that is what he's describing, that what kind of consciousness he will have who is doing bhajan. So he is saying his very first sloka, he is saying that a person, as long as a person does not take shelter of your lotus feet, Krishna, which removes all kinds of fear, he will be tormented by anxiety, sorrow, hankering, wretchedness, extreme greed, and so forth, caused by wealth, home, friends, and relatives. He will maintain the misconception of I and mine, which is the sole cause of unhappiness. So unhappiness is not a ruchi. Ruchi se ulta unhappiness. So ruchi, if somebody has developed ruchi, then he will not hanker for wealth, home, friends, relatives, body, mind, intelligence, ego, wealth, na dhanam, na janam, na sundarim. He will not hanker for these things. He will maintain the misconception of I and mine, which is the sole cause of distress, unhappiness. So he cannot have ruchi in bhajan. The people, they show so much interest in a hot pot, khichdi. They worship this ghost and that Bhairav and that Bhoot and that Pret, that demigod, and they will worship, you name it. They will worship everything along with, or not even along with Krishna. Along with Krishna. So this is not ruchi. Ruchi means one must understand that Krishna is the root cause of everything. Everything emanates from Krishna. Everything is resting on Krishna. Everything is connected with Krishna. Just like example given here. Yatha taromur nisechanena tusyanti tad skandha bhujo pashaka pranopcharini tendriyanam tathaiva sarvair hanamachyatechya. Achyut Sri Krishna, if we worship him, then automatically we are worshipping his creation, demigods, Bhoot, Pret, and so forth. Everything we are worshipping. But if we individually worship, then we are not worshipping Krishna. Just like the sloka is here from Srimad Bhagavatam 331:14. Sorry, 431:14. Yatha taromul nisechanena trupyanti tad skandha bhujopashaka. Just like pouring water into the root of a tree, the whole tree becomes satisfied. The branch, trunk, branches, leaves, flowers, fruits, whole tree. Similarly, one, by worshipping Krishna, one can automatically satisfy demigods, human beings, and birds, beasts, everything. So Krishna is the root cause of everything. Brahma Samhita, first sloka, Isvara, Param Krishna, Satchidananda Vigraha, Anadi Adi Govinda, Sarva Karana Karana. Krishna is the cause of all causes. In other words, Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo. Everything is emanating from Krishna. Isavashamidam Sarvam. Everything is coming from Krishna. Om Purnamada Purnamidam, Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasi Purnamadaya, Purnameva Vasishyate. Krishna is that Purna. Everything is coming from him. So he's a root cause of everything that you see. Demigods, human beings, birds, beasts, ghosts. So if we serve Krishna, pouring water into the root of a tree, if we serve Krishna, automatically we serve his creation. Automatically we serve his creation. So much easy to understand, but both those less intelligent people, they can't understand such a simple thing. Yathataru mula nisechane, drupyanti tada skanda, bhujopashaka, pranapchari natindriyana. Just by putting food into stomach, automatically all the limbs of body satisfied. Krishna is this center figure. By satisfying Krishna, automatically. So this is the ruchi. This is a ruchi. But if I pour water into the root of a tree, so this is very important. The next sloka, Harer eva sradharadhya sarva deve swara swara itare brahma rudraya navagniya kadachana. The Lord of all demigods, Sri Hari, is always the only worshipable object. But it is improper to disrespect Brahma, Rudra, and other demigods. So Krishna is the sum total of all demigods. Brahma, Rudrati, Daivatai. Samatvena naiva kartavyam. Sapasandi bhavedradam. Brahma Rudradi Daivatam Samatvena naiva kartavyam. Brahma Rudra, Brahma, Rudra, Shiva, Indra, Chandra, Surya, Ganapati, Brahaspati, Saraswati. All these demigods are limbs of Krishna's creation, Krishna's body, we can say. So, but Krishna is original cause. So here it is stated that the Lord of all demigods, Sri Hari, is always the only worshipable object, but not demigods. Sarva, Deve Swara Ishvara. Deva Ishvara Ishvara. That is Krishna. Deva Ishvara Ishvara. So that is Krishna. So we have seen in our preaching, and I have invited everybody's worshipped deity or altar, English altar. I have asked you all to show me your altar. And in the altar, we see that there is no ekantiki bhakti. With Krishna, you can see demigods, and all other things that not supposed to be. Worshipable object is only Krishna, not others. Parents' picture, yeah, sometimes we see demigods' pictures. A Vaishnava, he gives respect to all demigods. He does his pranam and honors demigods. But my worshipable object is only Krishna. Krishna is to be worshipped. No other personality. Only Krishna should be worshipped. So this is Astu Narayana Devata Brahma Rudradi Daivatai Samatvenaiva Kartavyam Sapasandi Bhavitradam. Pasandi, Pakhandi. Pakhandi, who is Pakhandi? One who thinks that Narayan Krishna, Krishna Narayan and Brahma Rudra, Adi Brahma Rudra, Adi Devata is equal, same, and worshipable. So then he is Prasandi. He is pretender and he is duplicitous, he is Pakhandi. Samatve naiva kartavyam. Brahma Rudradi Devatai. Samatvam naiva kartavyam. So a staunch Vaishnava have a staunch knowledge. And that knowledge is, if I worship Krishna, automatically I am worshipping Brahma Rudradi Devata. But if I worship Brahma Rudradi Devata, that means I am not ekantik bhakta. I am hodgepodge bhakta. I am not loyal to my beloved Lord Krishna. Just like a chaste wife is chaste to her husband, but at the same time she keeps loving attitude towards others related to her husband. But she is only serving her husband in intimate sense. So a Vaishnava, a staunch Vaishnava, he will respect demigods. We should respect demigods, but worship only Krishna. At the same time, we don't want to become so much stringent, so much strict that if some demigods prasad, such as Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma's prasad, if it is proper in the sense that not bhang or anything, then we must accept with the consciousness that Lord Shiva is a pure, highest Vaishnava, and Vaishnava's Uchvist is Maha and Mahaprasad, Mahaprasad. So in that sense, we can accept Prasad, but otherwise we should be ekantik bhakta. We should be a pativrata, chaste devotee of Lord Sri Krishna, and not deviate. Then he says, Na sishyam anubandita grantham naiva vyayet bahun na vyakhyam upayunjita na ramban arabet pachit. One should not make many disciples for material gain. So we already discussed that we should not have a disciple who can only give you money or give you bodily comforts or give you food or clothing or whatsoever. We should accept disciples to teach them and to make them connected with Lord Krishna and Gokulanand. We should accept disciples for serving Lord and serving disciples. Not we want to get served. And one should not accept more disciples. That means one must be at Bhava level. Jata Bhavan Kure Jane. That Jata Bhakta can accept disciples. Shanti Ravyartha Kalatam, Virakti Manasunyata Vagera. That is Jata Bhakta. And he can accept disciples not for himself but on behalf of his Gurudev and on behalf of Krishna, and to train them, to preach them on, and to take them back to put them on the path of back to Godhead. That is the way to accept disciples. Not that I want food and clothing and money and honey and so much sense gratification and give them mantra that they like and give them worship that they like. And so that is not the Guru. Guru means one who is representing Lord Sri Krishna in parampara. And such Jata Bhakta can accept disciples. Not study many books. We should not study many books. We should study literature led by Sad Goswamis or our Acharya Bhakti Thakur, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Narottam Das Thakur, and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's associate Rup Sanatan, Raghunath Das Goswami. This literature we should be interested in, and that's it. So this is what it means to not study many books, and then nor give these courses on the scriptures to earn one's livelihood. One should not give Bhagavad Katha so that you will get some money and you can get your livelihood that way. That is not recommended. That is not a ruchi. The such person can never develop a taste for doing bhajan. He can never understand bhajan rahasya, secret of bhajan. So further, Bhakti Thakur says, anyway, I don't know, my time is up long ago. Tasmad ekena manasha Bhagavan Satutam Patihi Srotavya Kirtitavyascha Dheya Pujasyascha Nityada. So Tasmad, for this reason, Tasmad, unmotivated devotional service, to execute unmotivated devotional service. Ekena manasha, pinpointed intelligence, pinpointed meditation, pinpointed mind, pinpointed senses. That is ekena manasha. Bhagavan Satutam Pati, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who is the Sattva Pati, the righteous, his devotees worshipable Lord, Sattva Pati. So one should do Srotavya, one should hear about him. Kirtita, we should glorify him. Kirtitavyascha. Dheya, we should meditate on him. Puja, we should worship him. Who? Sattva Pati, Krishna. So ekena manasha. So this is Rahasya. Bhajan Rahasya means undivided attention, undivided mind. We must worship, hear, chant, and worship and meditate on Lord Sri Krishna. This is Ruchi. One who has developed Ruchi, taste, he can do this. So further he says that one who is devoted to Hari Bhakti should remain undisturbed and continue remembering Sri Hari, even if he is unsuccessful in obtaining food and clothing, or if what he has obtained is lost. So one who is intensely engaged in bhajan, ruchi, one who has developed ruchi, even if one loses his business, money, house, so forth, he is not disturbed. He is fixed in his bhajan, and he continue to remember Lord in this situation also. We have seen the example in case of Srivas Pandit. Srivas Pandit Prangan, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to do intense kirtan. So intense kirtan was going on, and Srivas Pandit's son died inside the house. Prangan, the kirtan was going on outside, and in the house, his son died, and his wife was crying, and so much distresses and so forth. But Srivas Pandit told her, his wife, that you should keep quiet and not disturb Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's kirtan. And nobody cries until the kirtan is over, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to know how he didn't want to disturb his bhajan. So this is what is stated here in this sloka. Even if somebody is lost his wealth, kinsman, house, and so forth, he is not disturbed. He has developed that ruchi to continue his bhajan in Madhyan pastimes of Lord and Radharani and gopis and Valmitras, so on so forth. This is bhajan. So further it says, how can Mukunda manifest in the heart of a person who is filled with lamentation, anger, and so forth? So how can Krishna manifest himself in our heart if our heart is totally contaminated by lust, anger, greed, worldly possession, hankering, lamentation, kam, krodh, lobh, moh, mad, matsarya? So much contamination. How can Krishna be manifest in our heart? Krishna doesn't like to stay in a filthy place. The heart is filthy, Krishna will run away. He will flee out of your heart. Never come back, because your heart is polluted with so many lust, anger, greed, and whatnot, adoration, distinction, honor. So Krishna flees away. A sadhaka who needs to maintain himself will collect only as much wealth and other material necessities as are required to maintain his bhakti. To accept too much or too little will surely make him deviate from his goal. So we must acquire as much as necessary, not over, not under. Prahlad Maharaj says, Tan prayaso naiva kartavyam. We should not over endeavor to collect so much mundane material things. The same thing Rupa Goswami says, Satyahar prayasascha prajalpa prayas. We should not over endeavor, just enough to maintain body and soul together. So we have to draw a line. Just like in my case, I draw a below poverty line. So I cannot get disturbed anytime. Below poverty level. Nadanam, najanam. Poverty level, below poverty level. People, they think I have this much, it will only last this much, or I have this much, and what if I go to hospital in old age? I have to have that much, this much, that much. So they are drawing their line way, way high up in the sky. And they can never reach that goal. And they will miss Krishna Bhajan. No Bhajan Rahasya. They will miss everything. We have to draw our demand, bodily demand line to next to nil. Just like Rup Sanatan, Raghunath Das Goswami. So much wealth. So much wealth. Tyaktva Turna Mashesha Manda. Tyaktva Turna. They gave it up as if you give it up a straw in a street. You cannot have cup of tea by selling straw on the street. So we should accept only enough. Not I want to have a wedding of my son and daughter gorgeous way. No, that's the biggest mistake devotees are doing. They spend so much wealth, money for marrying their son and daughter and everybody. Only 8 course prasad, no other, cham chom, or what is they call, chow meal and pizza meal and pastas and burgers and fries and gulab jamun, rasgullas, and they have probably 200-300 different prayer going on simultaneously. What is this? All waste of Lord Krishna's money. The marriage should be simple. You do a 8 course prasad and a nice prasad, beautiful prasad, and use that money in furthering furthering Krishna consciousness. And even if you do 8 hours work 5 days a week, not a problem. Still you have 8 hours to do your bhajan and 8 hours sleep. Wife or husband, wives are also working, but 80%, 90% wives are not working, let's say that. So wife can do household and husband can do 8 hours work and become purak, become complementary to each other and perform bhajan day and night. Perform bhajan, Rahasya. This is bhajan Rahasya. That husband works 8 hours, bas, and wife takes care of household duties. And both of them have at least 8 hours to do bhajan. 8 hours sleep, 8 hours work. Or even more hours. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati says, Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada says, if you are not able to do 64 rounds, means 8 hours a day, if you're not able to do 64 rounds, you're not even a human being. So this is the intensity of bhajan. Charmala means so 16 multiplied by 4, 64. So bhajan, rahasya of bhajan is that one must develop taste, ruchi. Otherwise, so to develop taste, we have to accept their minimum. We have to accept only minimum. I've lost my page. Just hold on a minute. It's Loka. How can Mukund manifest in the heart of a person who is filled with lamentation, anger, and so forth? Same thing I said. How can Krishna manifest in our heart? Okay, let's 3 times to say a holy name, Hare Krishna mantra. Please say it, and I will not say it because I want to relax my voice. Say Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Ram,
Hare
Hare Ram, Ram
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Ram, Hare
Rama,
Ram, Ram
Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare.
So, thank you very much. How can Mukunda manifest in the heart of a person who is filled with lamentation, anger, and so forth? Krishna cannot manifest even if he wants to manifest. Bhagavata Vida Bhagavata Tirthe Tirthe anyway, skip that. Tirthe Kurvanti Tirthani Antastasta Gadabruta. So Gadabruta Krishna manifests in the heart of pure devotees. He manifests. He's in everybody's heart, but not manifested. He's not awake there. But Krishna's devotees' heart is manifesting. So how can Krishna manifest in the heart of such a devotee who is totally materialistic, lamentation? I haven't gained this, I haven't got that, anger, and very, very, very desperate to acquire money, so forth. So a sadhaka who needs to maintain himself will collect only as much as possible, as much wealth and other material necessities as are required to maintain his bhakti. To accept too much or too little will surely make him deviate from his goal. So where you draw your line, that's the question. Don't draw your line so much up in the sky that you will never be able to reach. Draw your line below poverty level. So the less endeavor, less amount of years you have to work and be satisfied with roti, kapda, makan, medical at the most. And that's it. So that is what it is stated here, that necessities are required to maintain his bhakti. To accept too much or too little surely make his deviate from his goal. Tenth sloka, 11th sloka. O Vaikuntanath, my mind is polluted by the desire to sin. How can I explain to you the suffering of my mind, which is constantly afflicted by desires? My mind, strongly attached to these desires, is sometimes overwhelmed by happiness and sometimes by distress and fear. It is always engaged in collecting wealth and material assets and finds no taste in narration of your pastimes. How then can I remember and meditate upon you? So this stupid mind is our deadly enemy. Bandhur atmanastasya ena atmaiva atmanajitaha. This stupid mind, is the biggest cheater. It cheats us. Nayam janame sukadu kahetu. Naivatma graha karma kala. Mana param karanam amananti. Sansara chakra. Mana param karanam. The cause of my distress is not these people who are beating me up, who are calling me, who are putting all kind of abominable substance on me. They are not my enemies. My graha, karma, kala, bad graha, bad karma, bad kal is not my enemy. Not my body is my enemy. But what is my enemy? Who is my enemy? Mana param karana. This man, my mind is biggest enemy of mine. So this mind has to be beaten by the shoes in the morning and by the broom in the evening. But this is Prabhupada says that. So mana param karanam amananti. So mind, recently I have experienced how my mind is freaking out in intense bhajan, you can say. I don't want to say intense bhajan, but while meditating totally on Krishna and his lila and his form and name, while chanting 2 hours a day, 2 hours japa, the mind is a deadly enemy. Just goes here and there and doesn't want to concentrate on the holy name, pastime, and qualities of Lord, paraphernalia, the form of the Lord. Doesn't want to meditate. Runs away. Every time you have to bring him back. You get tired of it. So it is that much deadly enemy. Mind is dictating so many things that we don't want to indulge in. So many things. So we have to beat our mind. So that little boy is gone from here. How to beat mind? Nimai says, I want to beat my mind. Taking cold bath in winter and hot bath in summer. That's how. So anyway, we have to train our mind, make him our bandhu. Oh my dear mind, please don't give me this mutra of S. Please accompany me to meditate on Krishna. Manasiksha. My mind, dear mind, please meditate on Gauranga. Please meditate on Sadhguru Swami Prabhupada. Please meditate on Radha, Krishna, Gauranga. Please try to, please, he's saying please to his mind. You can whack it, mind, if you're really serious about bhajan. So next loka achyuta. My tongue is pulling me towards delicious flavors. My genital towards beautiful woman or man. My stomach towards foodstuffs and are harmful. My ears towards sweet songs and useless talks. My nose towards pleasant fragrances. My eyes towards beauty. And my sense of touch towards soft things. In this way, all my senses organs are pulling me towards their respective sense objects. O Nandan, my situation is like that of a man with many wives, each dragging him towards her own bedroom. In such a condition, how can I remember you and your form, quality, pastimes. So all these senses, knowledge acquiring senses, mind, intelligence, they're all pulling us, the soul, into their some sense object. Eyes, they want to see beautiful opposite sex body, or tongue wants pakora, parota, samosa, or nose wants to smell different fragrances which are not in connection with Krishna. And ears want to hear rock and roll and cinema songs, and all senses are dragging me, pulling me, pushing me at one time, just like a chariot is being pulled by 4 horses in 4 direction. Tension, chariot has tension. So all these senses pulling me in 4 different directions. So how can I remember you, and how can I concentrate, and how can I engage myself into bhajan? How can I remember your qualities, pastimes, and paraphernalia, your form, your holy name? So our senses and mind, especially, are dragging us into sense gratification every minute. So how can we have intense bhajan? It is not possible. So please, Krishna, help me in controlling the senses and mind. O Bhagavan, may I be so fortunate as to attain the association of your devotees, and under their guidance obtain service to your lotus feet. Be it in this or any other human birth, or in a birth such as animal, birds, worm, or moth. So, O Krishna, may I be so fortunate to attain association of your devotees and under the guidance. So we have to take guidance from devotees, especially our seniors, and associate with them. This is the bottom line of Bhajan Rahasya. You cannot engage in Bhajan Rahasya unless and until you have an intense association of elevated devotees, pure devotees, such as Srila Prabhupada and so many. We have to associate with them. Even if we go into the spiritual world, this association of pure devotees, like-minded devotees, samjatiya devotees, sadhu sangha, is very much important. That sadhu sangha can make us powerful to control the senses and mind. Association of devotees. So that's why it is next sloka. After the senses sloka. Oh Lord, it is not difficult for one who has taken shelter of your lotus feet to achieve the 4 goals of life. Nevertheless, such a person does not desire them. O Great One, he is not concerned with anything other than remembering service to your lotus feet. One is not interested in dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. He is interested only in Krishna's bhajan. Narad Muni said, in the course of time, I have been wandering from the 7 higher planets to the 7 lower, such as Sutala, but I have not attained eternal transcendental happiness, which wise persons endeavor to taste, just as misery comes without endeavor. By the influence of the grave, quickly moving time, happiness also comes without any endeavor. What therefore is the use of endeavoring for worldly happiness? So Narad Muni is saying that what is the use of this worldly happiness? The happiness and distress, they come and go by their own accord. Why hanker for the special happiness? 16. O Lord, a drop of bliss received from meditating on lotus feet, from hearing about your pastimes, which flows from the mouth of your devotees, who are expert in relishing Braj Rash, and from hearing description of your devotees' pastimes, is not available in the bliss of merging into Brahman. What to speak of being available to others? It is not even available to the demigods of heavenly planets who fall down again, being ultimately cut by the sword of time. Meditating at lotus feet. We have to meditate on Krishna's lotus feet. And last sloka for today. O Lord, I do not want liberation. I receive no pleasure in hearing any topics other than the glorious narration of the nectar of your lotus feet. This nectar emanates from the mouth of saintly persons, from deep within, from their heart. I beg only for the boon that you will give me 10,000 years with which I can always hear the sweetness of your pastimes. So here in Bhajan we are praying that, my dear Lord, please give me the association of your pure devotee, and in such association I can hear your transcendental name, form, pastime, paraphernalia, and always become total blissful. So this is Ruchi can be developed by associating with pure devotees who are like-minded and who are more advanced than us. So this is a prayer, and this is how we should perform our bhajan with intensity and so forth. I said it in the whole lecture. So I'll stop here. Any question or a comment? I went way over my time, maybe not, say 1.5 hours. So 5 more minutes. Any question? Anybody has?
Hare Krishna, if anyone has any questions, if you could please unmute yourself or message in the chat.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavat Pranam. So Maharaj, I have one question that if we cannot physically get association of the devotees, especially in the circumstances, is that okay if we are associating like virtually or reading Prabhupada book? Is that also considered association?
Yes, yes. Hearing, association means hearing. Vapu association and Vani association. Vani association is the most important. Vapu association, familiarity brings content. Of course, we are all very familiar with one another, but yes, we should take association through Vani, and that is most important association. So we can nowadays so much public media and ISKCON Desire Tour, and on YouTube we can find all ISKCON devotees, how they are preaching on their websites. We can hear them. So such a wonderful opportunity for us. Otherwise, in previous days, old days, when we were children, nothing was available like this. So you have to associate without this public media. Means you have to go hear his katha and go miles and miles to have this kind of opportunities. So yes, Vani association. Any other question?
Gopal, Govind Prabhuji, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for a wonderful class. I have a few questions actually, tiny ones. So you also explained, Guru Maharaj, you explained that the prasadam, you touched the topic of prasadam there. So I just have a quick question on that. We sometimes when we're working with the community, maybe they're not ISKCONites or not the Krishna Bhakta, so they bring their own offerings, something Devi Ma, something we don't even know where this coming from. Is it okay to accept? The heart says that we should not accept, but then consciousness says that we have to have some kind of a reciprocation. So how should we take care of it?
So there are so many factors to be considered. One factor is that if we are in a temple, Sunday feast, your deity is there, then anybody brings anything. If they are, clean enough, or they are observing no meat eating their pots, and so many parameters we have to consider. And then in what consciousness it is prepared, what consciousness it is offered, and what are the ingredients, and whom it is being offered. And they can bring fruits, milk, prep, or milk and fruits. They are always pure, so we can accept those kind of things from them. And also it depends upon how much we are strict with ourselves not to accept and to accept, or what circumstances you are in. You are traveling and you have to accept some food, or it depends upon all kind of parameters. But the most important thing is what consciousness it is prepared, whom it is offered, and where my consciousness is at, how strict and strong I am. So if you are strict and strong and elevated, then you may not accept anything that is doubtful. But if you are hungry and out there and not much, strict, then different story. You can offer anyway and whatnot. So many parameters we have to consider. Yes.
Guru Maharaj, I have a practical question on.
I can't hear. Somebody will repeat.
Is it better now?
I cannot hear.
Mataji, can you type the question in the chat? We're unable to hear you.
What is the question?
Hare Krishna Sandini Mataji, we are unable to hear you. Could you please type the question in the chat?
Okay.
I think probably it is.
I can repeat it to Maharaj for you.
In the meantime, Guru Maharaj, just a correction in the question which I asked you before. So the mood here is like when we are working with the congregation, some of the people, they just want to give us something, just like as in, I don't know, like they feel like giving something, they want to, yeah. So especially those Navaratri times, people just bring any kind of things, the piles of things, they just say, okay, take it, and all that. So that becomes difficult. So in those times, what we do?
You can do many things. You don't have to accept. Just take it and say, I'm not hungry, I'll take it later on.
No, घर पे लाते हैं।
Huh?
घर पे लाते हैं।
उनके घर
That's what they say.
घर पे लाए तो you can accept it, and then you can later on think about it, what to do with it, but not to discourage them or anything. We can do so many tricks. We can say, okay, I'll offer, and then you offer or whatever, and then you return it back. Here is a prasad for you, you know. So many things, even in Vrindavan, ISKCON Vrindavan, Krishna Balram Mandir, people bring offerings, and they offer it to the Lord and give it back to them. So who knows what they are bringing, from where they are bringing. Of course, they must be bringing from Vrindavan somewhere.
Mostly they bring fruits.
Mostly bring fruits or pandas, milk. You can make a rule of fruits and milk prep. You can bring. You can bring fruits or milk prep, milk sweet. So you can always make that rule before they bring. And that way they will feel offended. And that is okay to accept also, okay to offer also.
Thank you, Guru Maharaj.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So Santini Mataji has a question, and then after that, Akshay Prabhuji, and Pandit Srivas Prabhuji. So Santini Mataji's question is, we offer opulent prasadam to Krishna in the temple, but devotees also honor it later. So health-wise, it may not be the best for devotees. How do we manage that?
We offer prasad to the deities, but they give it to the devotees. And then I don't understand it.
And then
Okay.
devotees, Maharaj, like we offer.
In your words, just say it, whatever you understood.
So we eat after we offer in the temple, devotees will honor it later as well. So health-wise, it may not be best for them to eat it afterwards. How do we manage that? I think that's what I understand from the question.
Yeah. So in that case, you can distribute it to some other people, or when they go home, then you just give away that thing. You don't have to eat. You can give it away, whoever is going home or whatever. So you have to be very tactful, not to offend them at the same time, not to break the rule, and just go out of it. So we have to be very expert at doing things. All temples are doing that anyway. Every temple, they bring everything. So we have to find some ways and means how to handle it individually.
Thank you very much, Mata. I hope that answered your question. Next up, we have Akshay Prabhuji. Akshay Patel Prabhuji had a question. Prabhuji, if you would like to unmute.
Thank you, Mataji. Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for the transcendental class. I wanted to know, you mentioned about beating the mind with shoes in the morning and broom in the evening.
Again?
Mention about the mind.
Mention about the mind, okay.
About beating the mind with shoes in the morning and broom in the evening. Can you give some more insight into how we can do that?
What it means is to punish the mind, because mind is not listening to us. The mind is our subservient. So beating up mind means if you are in North America and in the winter in January, if your mind is not listening to you, then give a cold shower. Of course, in the house it is 72 degrees, doesn't make much. But even though if you give a cold shower to your mind, you will see that mind is freaking out. And the same thing with hot summertime and stuff like that. So punishing mind is a yoga practice. Yoga means atyahar. Not atyahar, sorry. Yam niyam, pratyahar. So we have to, yoga means to train our mind to listen to us. That is what it means, yoga. So we have to beat our mind means do exactly opposite than what your mind says. Then mind will slowly and gradually come into control. So your mind says, do this nonsense. Then don't do the nonsense, do opposite. Do some rounds or do some whatever, exactly opposite. We have to separate ourselves from our mind. We are not the mind. Just make that distinction, make that difference right away. I am not the mind, but mind is making me his servant. Mind is making me his knocker, his servant. Mind is making me a slave. I want to make mind slave, but most likely mind is making us slave. So this is what it means to beat with the shoes, and this is what it means, that I have to separate myself from my mind. I am not the mind. Mind should do what I am asking him to do. And if he is asking, no, I won't do, and I will do completely opposite, then immediately just spanky. So we have to separate. First of all, the first business is to separate ourselves from the mind. I'm not the mind. I have a whole ghost. I'm haunted by ghost called mind. And the ghost called mind is pushing me to do certain things. That ghost, which is my mind, is making me do what I don't want to do. It's not listening to me. So I have to punish you. You are my subservient, not I am your subservient. Soul is not subservient to mind. The mind, just anybody is haunted by ghost, the ghost take over. So whatever ghost wants to do, it makes that body and soul to do. The ghost controls the soul and body, and then make him do whatever he doesn't want to do. This mind is a machine that goes on and on and on 24 hours a day, eternally with you. It is attached eternally to you. So if it is eternally attached to me, then I want to dictate him, and he should do what I want him to do, not I should do what mind wants me to do. Anyway, I wrote a book, very beautiful book. You can get it called Man Ki Man Mani, Whims of Mind. Whatever Chaitanya Dev give try to. So that's a very beautiful book. Any other question?
Thank you, Maharaj.
Yes, Maharaj. Pandit Srivas Prabhuji has a question. Prabhuji, if you'd like to unmute.
Hare Krishna. First of all, please accept my respectful obeisances to the dust
Please
of
accept mine, all glories to Prabhupada.
all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to yourself.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I'm so sorry. I have a really very basic question. Please forgive me for that. It might be a really silly question as well. Please forgive me.
No.
But
No.
I don't know who is a devotee. So how do I recognize who is a devotee so I can take shelter of devotee or so I can serve the devotee? How to, when I hear from different sources that is devotional services, pure devotional services, anya vilashita shunyam, I realize that whenever even I'm serving or making an attempt to serve, there is some motive that, oh, this is giving me some pleasure, this is making me happy. So there is some internal desire also. So it's not really anya vilashita shunyam for me. So does it mean that anything that I'm doing is not really devotional service? How do I correct myself? Thank you so much. Thank you.
You grasp that?
Go something like that, Anya Vilasita Sunyam.
There I have.
So how can we grasp that? As someone else to do it.
Okay, someone else can summarize the question, please, for me.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dhammar Pranam.
Yes.
The question is, whenever we are serving, Prabhuji is saying that there is that he feels there is always a motive. It's not really anabhilashata shunya.
Motive on his part.
Yeah, something.
Motive.
Right. So he's asking, how can I understand who is a devotee? Because devotees are supposed to serve without any motive, without any other intention.
So maybe I can restart.
Yes, please, Prabhuji.
Sorry, I was really thinking about myself, like not necessarily, this is not a reflection on other devotees. This is me saying that sometimes when I serve, I'm thinking this is giving me pleasure. This is making me happy. This is giving me satisfaction. So therefore,
Let me go along with you. Let me keep answering along with you. So that is very good. It gives you happiness and you become happy and satisfied by serving. So that should be there. And it is very much desired. It is good desire and it is good happiness. So we must derive pleasure from serving.
But isn't this also like alloyed devotion? Isn't this like that I'm doing it not just only for the pleasure of the Lord, but for my pleasure also? So is that not making it like little contaminated?
No, because service will bring you pleasure. So if you serve Krishna, then the nature of serving is prem. Prema means love. And love means ananda. Ananda means bliss. So if you serve Lord, then Lord will derive the bliss as well as you will also derive the bliss from the service. The simple word, simple translation of bhakti is service. Bhakti means service. And one cannot become totally satisfied unless he serves the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Savai punso paro dharmo yado bhakti radho saje ahetukya pratihata ya atma samprasiddhati. By service, which is uninterrupted, unmotivated, a soul derives intense pleasure. So it is anusangik. It goes in hand in hand. Service, pleasure, pleasure, service. And you should be happy to serve, and Lord should be happy to take that service. So yes, if you serve, then you will become happy. You should become happy. And that is proper desire also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj. I believe Akshay Krishna Prabhuji has a question, and then Gopal Govind Prabhu has a question as well. So first, Akshay Krishna Prabhuji, if you would like to unmute, please.
Yes. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj Ji, please accept my most respectful obeisances unto your lotus feet. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for this blissful katha. I was talking to Dhir Krishna Prabhu that we are feeling that, maybe this katha should go on eternally. It's so blissful, Maharaj. Thank you so much. I will. I actually wanted to ask a question for myself, but then I got one on the side from Vamshi Krishna Prabhu. He's working, so he's not able to ask his question. So if I have a permission, I'll first ask a question on his behalf, and then I will ask my question, Maharaj.
Yeah.
Vamshi.
Okay, Bhakti Krishna or Bansi Krishna.
Vamshi Krishna Maharaj. Vamshi Krishna. Okay. So yeah. So Maharaj, his question is, what about, when Gopal Govind Prabhu ji asked question about prasadam, so Vamshi Prabhu's question is, what about prasadam from other forms of Krishna, like Tirupati prasadam or Ranganath prasadam? How about that? Does that come under demigod prasadam if it is a prasadam from some other forms of Krishna or Vishnu?
Not at all. These are all Krishna, Vishnu deity. So prasadam from Tirupati, Balaji, Rang, all Vishnu, Vishnu form, incarnation of Krishna, incarnation of Vishnu, same thing. So Vishnu Tattva prasadam is a real prasad. We must accept that prasad. We should not become dogmatic or so much stingy or so much thinking we are very good word. Fanatics. We should not become fanatics. Very good word. So Mataji is saying fanatics. So we should not become fanatic. We should have a knowledge that these deities, Tirupati, Balaji, Ranji, yeah, whatever you said, it's all Vishnu deity, and we must accept this prasadam with great awe and reverence, with great honor. We must accept this prasad. The prasad from demigod is questionable. And that question is, Lord Shiva, if we consider him to be Param Vaishnava, then like I said, Maha Prasad we can take. But then Bhang or any other thing which is a bhaksha, we have to be careful. So we have to take prasadam in this sense. Does it make sense?
Yeah. Yes, Maharaj. Sorry. So, please pardon my ignorance, but could there also be prasad, which is, like you mentioned, a bhaksha from these forms of Vishnu? I don't know if somebody may offer like that, or they will always offer what is offerable to the Lord to these forms of Vishnu as well.
Yes, that we have to see. It should be offerable, fruits, milk sweets, and stuff like that. Prasadam from these places are cooked by Brahmanas in the temple, and it is offered. And it's proper prasad. We must honor.
As per the rules.
If you think that it is not honorable, then we should offer our obeisances, just pranam, and think that I accept prasadam of Tirupati Balaji or Ramji or whatever. So we have to see our consciousness.
Sure.
And prasadam source and stuff like that. But generally speaking, yes, we must honor prasadam from these temples. Any other question?
Sure, Maharaj, thank you so much. If I have a permission, can I ask my question now, Maharaj, please?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Maharaj. So, Maharaj, you explained very well about the Bhajan Rahasya. So, an example that you gave, if we have 8 hours, we have 24 hours in the day, 8 hours we invest for sleeping, and then 8 hours for working. So remaining 8 hours, and you also gave the example of Bhakti Siddhanta Maharaj, that anybody who is not chanting 64 rounds is not even a human being. So let's say if we have 8 hours to invest for our bhajan or sadhana, and what should we aim for? Should we aim for 64 rounds or more rounds than we are currently chanting? Or on the other side, if I have an option to, or we have an option to preach to other devotees, conduct any programs, or do book distribution, or maybe edit your lectures, Maharaj. So all those services, if we have after doing 16 rounds, should we focus on that or try to increase our bhajan?
Yes, we must follow. We are the Prabhupada, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Nuga. Prabhupada Nuga. We should follow what Prabhupada has set up, fixed for us. We should not go into, if it is necessary for editing or preaching or going to temple or distributing books or so many activities. Yes, that is also called bhajan. That is also, without meditating on Krishna, you cannot talk about Krishna. That is also bhajan. We have to widen up our definition of bhajan. It's the best bhajan. Editing or hearing or bhajan doesn't mean chanting holy name and only that is bhajan. Chanting holy name 16 rounds minimum we must do. And after that, if spiritual seva is there, then that is also bhajan. It includes the bhajan.
Sure, Maharaj. So sorry. So if you know which one is better for us, us fallen souls, what do you think? Which you would recommend?
Follow Srila Prabhupada's, whatever his mood. We should follow Srila Prabhupada's mood. That is bhajan for us.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. This is wonderful and so clarifying. Truly opened our eyes, Maharaj. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Any other question?
Hare Krishna, I think Gopal Govind Prabhuji has a question. Prabhuji, if you could unmute. And then we have one last question after that.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, one other question, and this question is purely for me only. I'm just speaking for myself. There are situations when we are happy, or sometimes we have a lot of difficulties, and we share that with our Lord. And when we share, the responses come into the heart. And now the question is that those responses could be the speculations of the mind, or it could be the response from the Cheto manifestation. So how do we differentiate that? Is it manipulation or is it a response of the God?
You got it?
You can say a response coming from the mind, yeah, from the Cheto.
Chit. Yeah. Doing what?
Yeah, so Guru Maharaj, I'll just rephrase it again. Am I audible?
Make it short.
Make it short.
Short, okay. So जब प्रॉब्लम होती है ना गुरु महाराज, तो प्रॉब्लम का जो आंसर आता है दिमाग में, तो वो माइंड का भी
प्रॉब्लम होता है तो आंसर आता है,
or it could be the response from your heart, like the Lord is responding. So Lord की response कैसे differentiate करेंगे कि this is not a speculation of mind?
So you are above your mind and intelligence. You will be able to understand what is right and what is wrong, whether it is from mind, intelligence, or even false ego. So if you can scrutinize it through the eyes of scriptures, Shastra, Sadhu, Guru, then we will properly discriminate. So we have to understand that this mind and intelligence are material. It's not spiritual. You are spiritual. You are spirit soul, and you are spiritual. So we have to spiritually we have to scrutinize what is right versus wrong. So and if you cannot, then you can ask some Vaishnavas or ask your guru or ask according to scriptures. You try to judge or whatever. So many ways it can be done like that. Any other question?
Yes, Guru Maharaj. One last question. This is from a devotee. The devotee is asking, so now we have Janmashtami and we have Radhashtami upcoming. We had Srila Prabhupada Appearance Day. And because of all of this, because of virtual standpoints, we are doing all these virtual programs which last all day. So all the festivals we had, right? We used to, the devotee is saying that she used to be able to chant 16 rounds daily. Yeah. She can still chant 16 rounds during the festivals. However, she also read Prabhupada books and she used to listen to lectures. And because of the seva she has with the temple, she's unable to do that now because she has to serve.
Unable to do 16 rounds or unable to do?
Yeah, no, she can still do 16 rounds, but she's unable to listen to the lectures and read the Prabhupada books that she used to read.
So 16 rounds are done. That means he has done his duty as a vow chanting 16 rounds. The rest of the services are equally good. You read, you chant extra rounds, or you hear Krishna Katha, or you cook, or clean, or worship, or dress, or do garland.
Temple seva.
Temple seva.
When she does temple seva, then she cannot read.
So if you cannot read and you're doing temple seva, reading and temple seva both the same. If you read, then the reading will tell you to do temple seva. So temple seva you have done, that means you have read and realized. So it is nice that you practice what you read. So it is reading, it is equally good. As long as both things are connected or all things are connected, like hearing connected with Krishna, reading connected with Krishna, cooking connected with Krishna, or hearing connected with Krishna, dressing connected with Krishna, they all become absolute.
Festival time.
So festival time, if you cannot do your reading, it is okay, and it is better that you serve in the temple rather than reading. But it is all absolute. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are. I think we are done with the questions. Does anyone have any other question right now at this moment?
9 o'clock here.
It's also very late, so we should let Maharaj go. But if there's no Maharaj, I don't think there's any more questions. Dhanvat Pranam. Thank you so much, Maharaj. I know we took more of your time than expected, but thank you for answering all of the questions. I know all of the devotees must be very happy. We don't always get this chance, and so now that we've had this chance, we just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Jhanvi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Dhanvat Pranam.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dhanvat Pranam.
Hare Krishna. Dhanvat Pranam.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dhanvat Pranam.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dandvat Pranam.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dandvat Pranam.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Dandvat Pranam.
हरे कृष्णा गुरु महाराज धन्यवाद महाराज। ऐसा लग रहा है रिट्रीट चलती ही रहे, हमेशा ही चलती रहे, हम आपके साथ ही रहे हमेशा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, क्यों नहीं। We have a good wish.
महाराज बस एक ही इच्छा है कि बस हमेशा अभी आपके साथ ही रहे, ऐसे ही बस चलती रहे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Thank you so much for your wonderful guidance and association. Hare Krishna.
Okay. Close it. Hare Krishna. Huh?
Let's move on with the next portion of our program. I'd like to invite Dear Krishna Prabhuji to speak.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Chaitanya Prabhuji, are you there?
I'm here, Prabhu.
Okay, Prabhuji. So, Prabhuji, it's quite late in India, so we still have about half an hour. What do you suggest, Prabhu?
Maharaj is done?
Yes.
Okay. So we can continue, but my internet is giving a lot of trouble today. Connect, disconnect.
Okay.
So, but we can continue reading or...
Yeah, Prabhuji, whatever you suggest, we can either
Actually,
have... Maybe everyone else can mute themselves if they are not speaking. Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay, so where, let's see where Maharaj left.
I think we have to, the next topic should be, give me a second. It is from chapter 4, verse 18.
4 verse 18.
1-8.
Good questions on the class.
Wonderful, wonderful, Prabhuji. I'm just relishing everything.
Okay. So let's take verse 14, is it?
18, Prabhuji, 1-8, chapter 4.
So now, Nanaka Prashtam Nacha Paramishtam. This is the one, Na Sarva Bhavam, Na Rasadhipatyam, Na Yoga Siddhira, Punur Va. That's the one, correct? Chaturyama Sadhana.
Yeah, Chaturyama.
Okay. So can you display on the screen my...
Yeah. Let me see. Give me a second.
Let me get a headset also, let's see.
Is that visible, Prabhuji, on the screen?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay. I think Prabhuji's video connection got froze. So we are thinking of starting from the following verses. Prabhuji is back here.
Can you hear me? No.
Yes.
6:11:25, right? Oh my Lord, the source of all opportunities, I do not desire to enjoy in Dhruvaloka, the heavenly planets, or the planets where Lord Brahma resides, nor do I want to be the supreme ruler of all the earthly planets or the lower planetary system. I do not desire to be the master of the power of mystic yoga, nor do I want liberation if I have to give up your lotus feet. This is my sincere resolve. So this is Dhruva Maharaj's prayers. Let me open my Veda base for a second. So Prabhupada writes in the purport of this, the text, the pure devotee never desires or gains material opportunities by rendering transcendental loving service to the Lord. The pure devotee desires only to engage in the loving service of the Lord in the constant association of the Lord and his eternal associates. As stated in the previous verse, Dasa Anudaso Bhavit Asme Tandera Charana Sevi Bhakta Sanevas Janame Janme Hoy Aya Vilash. Narottam Das Thakur says, to serve the Lord and the servants of his servant in the association of devotees is the only object of a pure, unalloyed devotee. So the standard is set. Prabhuji was asking, when Prabhu was asking about Anya Abhilashita, and Maharaj explained, right? So I don't know which Prabhuji was asking, but so this is the desire. Tandera Charana Sevi Bhakta Sanevas Janame Janme Hoy Abhilash. The standard of a pure devotee. Prabhupada says that in the purport, small purport of 6.11.25. So, in a sense, if one does not associate with devotees and take Sangha, associating with devotees means, hearing and glorifying the Lord and his devotees. So, our kirtan, that's the kirtan part. And then further it says, one should consider the four goals of life, dharma, artha, kama, moksha, as insignificant. Uddhava explains this in the 3.4.15. The next sloka. Which book is this one, which you are displaying? By taking shelter of the holy name, attachment develops. The symptoms of this attachment described in. But I have something different. Dear Prabhu?
Yeah, Prabhu, are you using the online link?
No, I'm actually reading from the book.
Okay, this is online too. I don't have a book PDF.
No, which online is this? No, PDF you sent, right? You sent the PDF?
Yeah, that was a different PDF, but we are using ISKCON. Give me a second, Prabhu. Let me double check.
No, you're right. Sorry. I was wrong.
Okay.
I was wrong. My page flipped. By taking shelter of the holy name, attachment develops. And symptoms of this attachment are described in Srimad Bhagavatam 10.29.34. 10.29.34. Chittam sukhena bhavat atma pritham griheshu yan nirvishati utakarva apigraha kritya pado padam na chalatastva padmulad yamaha katham vrajam atho karavama kimva. Until today our mind was absorbed in the household. This is Gopi's text from the Gopis. Last time, until today our minds are absorbed in the household affairs, but you easily stole both our minds and our hands away from our housework. Now our feet won't move one step from your lotus feet. How can we go back to Vraja? What would we do there? So Gopi's condition of complete surrender and mind being completely absorbed in the Lord. In this condition, all good qualities and peacefulness manifest in the devotee. Prahlad Maharaj explains this in 5:18-12. Yasyasti bhakriti bhaktir bhagavati akinchana sarve gunai tatra samasate sudahara abhaktasa kuto mahatgurna manorathena sati dhavato vahi. So this is a very famous sloka Prabhupada uses in his lectures. Okay, all the demigods and their exalted qualities such as religion, knowledge and renunciation become manifest in the body of one who has developed unalloyed devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vasudeva. On the other hand, a person devoid of devotional service and engaged in material activities has no good qualities. Even if he is adept at the practice of mystic yoga or the honest endeavor of maintaining his family and relatives, he must be driven by his own mental speculation and must engage in the service of the Lord's external energy. How can there be any good qualities in such a person? So if one is, Prabhupada is saying that if one is not a devotee, he may be very expert materialist. Even he may be a mystic yogi. But if he is not a devotee of the Lord, then there is no good qualities in him. Now somebody may say, Prabhu, how is that? How is that possible? Now yes, a preacher or a devotee does see good qualities in a person and try to preach them, but Shastra says that if he is not a devotee of the Lord, then there is no good qualities in that person. Even if he is adept in the practice of mystic yoga or an honest endeavor of maintaining his family and relatives, he must be driven by his own mental speculation and must engage in the service of the Lord's external energy. So let's see Prabhupada's purport. So there's practically a lot of Bhagavatam slokas in this book. Basis of every scripture is Bhagavatam. 5:18-12. 5:18-12. Let's read Prabhupada's purport. As explained in the next verse, Krishna is the original source of all living entities. This is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita. Mama ansha jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana manah shastani indriyani prakriti-stani karishyati. Bhagavad Gita 5:15-7. In the Adhikari Chaitanya Charitamrita chapter 8, there is a description of some of the qualities of devotees. For example, Haridas Thakur, Pandit Haridas, is described as being very well behaved, tolerant, peaceful, magnanimous and grave. In addition, he spoke very sweetly, his endeavors were very pleasing, he was always patient, he respected everyone, he always worked for everyone's benefit, his mind was free of duplicity, and he was completely devoid of all malicious activities. These are all originally qualities of Krishna, and when one becomes a devotee, they automatically become manifest. Sri Krishnadas Kaviraj, author of Chaitanya Charitamrita, says that all good qualities become manifest in the body of a Vaishnava, and that only by the presence of these good qualities can one distinguish a Vaishnava from a non-Vaishnava. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami lists the following 26 qualities of a Vaishnava. What are those? He is very kind to everyone. He does not make anyone his enemy. He is truthful. He is equal to everyone. No one can find any fault in him. He is magnanimous. He is mild. He is always clean. He is without possession. He works for everyone's benefit. He is very peaceful. He is always surrendered to Krishna. He has no material desire. He is very meek. He is steady. He controls his senses. He does not eat more than required. He is not influenced by Lord's illusory energy. He offers respect to everyone. He does not desire any respect for himself. He is very grave. He is merciful. He is friendly. He is poetic. He is expert. He is silent. These are the 26 qualities which manifest in a Vaishnava. Very beautiful. We should remember this actually. Maybe we can post it in the notes section. Okay. According to Srimad Bhagavatam 4:11-30, the process of Bhakti Yoga completely destroys the false ego in the form of identifying the body with the self. Swayam pratagya atmani tada bhagavati ananta anandamatra upapanna samsata shakto bhaktim vidhaya paramam shankir avidya granthim vibhetyasi maham iti parudham. Regarding your natural position, according to Bhagavatam 4.11.30. So let's go 4.11.30. Swayambhu Manu advises Dhruva Maharaj to stop fighting. Thus regaining your natural position and rendering service unto the Supreme Lord, who is the all-powerful reservoir of all pleasure, who lives in all living entities, the Super Soul, you will very soon forget the illusory understanding of I and my. So primarily he's saying that through the process of Bhakti Yoga, one completely destroys the false ego in the form of identifying the body with the self. Purport Prabhupada says, Dhruva Maharaj was already a liberated person because at the age of 5, he has seen the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But even though liberated, he was for the time being afflicted by the illusion of Maya, thinking himself the brother of Uttama in the bodily conception of life. The whole material world is working on the basis of I and mine. This is the root attraction to the material world. If one is attracted by this root of illusory conception, I and mine, he will have to remain within this material world in different exalted or nasty positions. By the grace of the Lord Krishna, the sages and Lord Manu reminded Dhruva Maharaj that he should not continue his material conception of I and mine. Simply by devotional service unto the Lord, his illusion could be eradicated without difficulty. So this I and mine concept, I and mine can be referred to as a word which we always use in our spiritual life and otherwise also. It's called Namaha. 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 I'm trying to find a shloka which I wrote, which talks about, okay, I am not the body, I am the soul, right? Nothing belongs to me. So Namaha. Namaha is nothing belongs to me. Ma, not mine. That's why everything starts with Namo, Namaha, Om, Namah. Right? So Nama means it does not belong to me. Na is not and Ma means mine. So not mine. So Nama means not mine. So once we remind, it's very easy to remind ourselves that nothing belongs to me. I'm trying to find, see that's. One second, let me try to. Okay, I got the shloka. So it's from Padma Puran. So it says, Aham kritir ma karahasyam na karastam nishedakaha tasmat tu manasah kshetri swatantrem pratisiddhyate. So aham kritir ma karasyam na karastam nishedakaha. So it says primarily that that aham kriti na karyasyam, that a sense of yajna is not sacrifice, fruit, seed, ghee, grains. So what is the essence of yajna? So when we are doing swaha in the yajna, what is the essence of that yajna? It says that it signifies the sacrifice by offering fruits, seeds, ghee, grains is indicative actually to say that I am willing to sacrifice my opinion, plan, desire, obsession, thoughts, conception, what I think is good or bad, right or wrong, favorable or unfavorable. That's what it signifies. So aham kritir na karyasyam na karasta nishedkaha tasmatu manasa kshetri swatantrem pratisiddhyate. That I am willing to change, I am willing to have my plans being one with the Lord. Therefore, in this entire creation, so swatantrem pratisiddhyate. So your independent opinions, you are willing to surrender. That is what is the meaning of namaha. Padma Purana explains very nicely. So this I and mine can be looked from that perspective. Ke namaha, it doesn't belong to me. Even my body does not belong to me. It's given by the nature. So then the problem comes of this ahankara, false ego. So therefore ahankara cannot be, even though it says here in the book, it says that this process of Bhakti Yoga completely destroys false ego in the form of identifying the body with the self. So this stage of Bhakti Yoga can dissolve the false ego. Actually, false ego cannot be removed so easily. But with the process of Bhakti Yoga, by serving devotees, by submitting to devotees, Guru Parampara, and following this process of Bhakti Yoga, slowly, false ego can be dissolved. So ahankara can be destroyed through Vaishnava Kripa. So that's why my note says, that's why Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Ehoi Dase. Right? When we please Vaishnavas, they bless us and slowly it dissolves the ahankara. That's the mood of Raja. Anyway, so I and mine, I just wanted to share that shloka with you. How much time we have, Prabhu?
We have about 7 more minutes, Prabhuji.
Okay. So we can read this further?
Yeah.
Regaining our natural position and rendering service unto the Supreme Lord, who is the all-powerful reservoir of all pleasure and who lives in all living entity as Super Soul, you will very soon forget the illusory understanding of I and mine. Again in Srimad Bhagavatam 4:22-39, very beautiful shloka. Yat pada pankaj palasa vilasa bhaktya karmaya samgrahitam udgrahityanti santaha tadvana rikta matayo yatayo apirudha shroto ganastam aranam bhajavasadevam. The devotees who are always engaged in the service of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord can very easily overcome hard and knotted desire of fruitive activities. Because this is very difficult, the non-devotees, the jnanis and yogis, although trying to stop the waves of sense gratification, cannot do so. Therefore, you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. So we can see what Prabhupada writes in the purport. 4:22:39. Yatpad pankaja palasa vilasa bhakta. The devotees who are always engaged in the service of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord can very easily overcome the hard knotted desire of fruitive activities. Because this is very difficult, the non-devotees, jnanis and yogis, although trying to stop the waves of sense gratification, cannot do so. Therefore, you are advised to engage in the devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. Prabhupada says here, there are three kinds of transcendentalists trying to overcome the influence of the modes of nature, jnani, yogi and bhaktas. All of them attempt to overcome the influence of senses, which is compared to the incessant wave of a river. The waves of a river flows incessantly and it is very difficult to stop them. Similarly, the waves of desires of material enjoyment are so strong that they cannot be stopped by any process other than bhakti yoga. The bhaktas, by their transcendental devotional service unto the Lord, become so overwhelmed with transcendental bliss that automatically this desire for material enjoyment stops. The jnanis and yogi, which are attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, simply struggle against the waves of the desire. They are described in this verse as rikta mataya, which means devoid of devotional services. Jnanis and yogis, although trying to free from the desire of material activities, actually become more and more entangled in false philosophical speculation or strenuous attempt to stop the activities of the senses. And we read this sloka yesterday. Vasudeva Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Janatasya Asuvairagyam Jnanam Chatat Ahitakam. Here also the same point is stressed. Bhaja Vasudeva indicates that one who is engaged in the loving service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, can very easily stop the waves of desire. As long as one continues to try to artificially stop the waves of the desire, he will certainly be defeated. So no question of artificially stopping the material desires. So when we serve, engaged in the loving devotional service of Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, the material desire will stop coming slowly, slowly. The taste will change. The taste will change. One has to desire the Supreme in order to not to be entangled in inferior desires. Jnanis maintain the desires to become one with the Supreme, but such desire is also considered to be kama. Similarly, the yogis desire mystic yoga, which is also kama, and the bhaktas, not being desire of any sort of material enjoyment, become purified. There is no artificial attempt to stop desire. Desire becomes source of spiritual enjoyment under the protection of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord. It is stated herein by the Kumaras that the lotus feet of the Lord Sri Krishna are ultimate reservoir of all pleasure. One should therefore take shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord instead of trying unsuccessfully to stop desire for material enjoyment. As long as one is unable to stop the desire for material enjoyment, there is no possibility of becoming liberated from the entanglement of material existence. It may be argued that the waves of river are incessantly flowing and that they cannot be stopped, but the waves of the river flow towards the sea. When the tide comes over the river, it overwhelms the flowing of the river, and the river itself becomes overflowed, and the waves from the sea become more prominent than the waves from the river. Similarly, the devotee with intelligence plan so many things for the service of the Lord and Krishna consciousness, but stagnant material desires become overflooded by the desires to serve the Lord. So anyway, it continues. Param drishtva nivartate, Bhagavad Gita 2:59. You get the higher taste. And conclusion is that, very important, the conclusion is that by developing a loving desire for the service of the lotus feet of the Lord, we subdue all material desire for sense gratification. Thank you. Om Tat Sat. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Guru Maharaj, all glories to all the Vaishnava devotees. Thank you. Any comments or addition? Somebody might have.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Haribol.
Gopal Govind. Prabhu, one question in this, the 24 qualities of Vaishnava was mentioned in this. So, obviously we all aspire to have those qualities, but it was also taught that we don't need to act like we have it. It should manifest by itself by doing the sadhana. So, can you give us a little bit of tips, like is there any stages of this? What are the things we should do to, and how we should monitor ourselves that we are on the right path of these qualities?
So 5:18:12. So it says, Yasyasti bhakti bhagavati akinchana sarve guna tatra sama asatesana. Like a devotee will not hurt living entities unnecessarily, right? He will not kill. That manifests, correct? If you see some ants on the roads or some insects, you will try to, bypass them and not try to step over them. So that you will become conscious of that. So that's one quality you can monitor. And you will become sober, you will become peaceful, you will become less angry. All those things will keep coming. It's not that they will all manifest tomorrow, but in some portion, different qualities will keep manifesting. And you have to you can self-examine,
Maybe my question is like this. So should we keep this as a checklist where I'm going in, like, some kind of a, how do we really get help from this list?
No, you should know these are the qualities in a devotee. So you should see these qualities in other devotees rather than seeing in yourself.
Okay.
You should see them in other devotees. So, but you should know what those 26 qualities are.
Sure.
So that is a better way to see them in others rather than seeing in yourself.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous situation when we see in others, the mental mind becomes too much active and becomes judgmental. So I don't know, maybe I'm just...
Yeah, this judgmental disease is for very difficult. Judgmental we become, but if we, at least in devotees, if we don't become judgmental, like I'll give you one example, okay? I'll give you one example. So let's say you go to a temple, Central New Jersey or your temple or whichever temple. So let's say one devotee is a Sunday feast or any other feast, right? Or Raj Bhoga, let's say one devotee, let's say me, I'm giving my example. So let's say I go there, okay? And I've been traveling and I go there. And I start, and I have a prasadam plate full like a Sumeru mountain. Sumeru mountain, you know how Sumeru mountain is? So like a bunch of rice, there's a pudi, there is some cheese, there is sweets on top of it. Sumeru mountain plate. And I'm eating. And you walk in, or Sandhani Mataji walks in. And of course she doesn't know me. So let's say for example, she sees me the tilak dhoti, and she sees, then immediately she looks at the prasadam plate, which is like a Sumeru mountain. Immediately, what will come? Arey, isko dekho, kitna kha raha hai? Look at his plate. He has never eaten or what? Right. So immediately by looking at the plate, the thought will come, and immediately the discrimination or whatever will flow. Correct? Now she may not know that I haven't eaten anything for the last 3 days. Suppose that is my situation, and I am eating because I haven't eaten anything in 2 days or 3 days. Plus plus I have a to-go box, which is not to add to this, plus I have a to-go box, which is right next to me, and that is also filled properly with all the layers of prasadam. And then she looks at that box and says, not only he's eating now, look, he's going to take it home. But she may not know my situation, that look, I may be traveling tomorrow and I may not have opportunity to cook. That is my situation, but she is looking at from a different perspective. Correct? So this is our problem. This is our problem. And this has actually happened so many times with so many devotees. So, or he may be a brahmachari or something, he's eating. We don't know what is the situation. So this is what happens.
Thank you, Prabhu. It's a delicate balance. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have to see the situation. Maybe go and talk to the devotee and, serve him more or ask him what else he needs, rather than looking at his plate and making a comment, which is our problem. Sorry, Sundari Mataji, I took your example. I know it's not your, but I just...
No problem, but you explained it well. That's what matters.
Okay. Okay. Any other comment? Okay. So if not, then we can move to the other part.
Okay, thank you Chaitanya Prabhuji for the class.
Hare Krishna, Hare Bo.
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. It was very nice.
Hare Bo.
Now let's move on to the next portion of our program. I'd like to humbly request Her Grace Pran Priya Mataji to please turn on her audio and her video.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Guru Maharaj. All glories to the Vaishnava devotees. So my daughter Sakshi and I will be singing the Hare Krishna Kirtan.
Hare Krishna Mataji, could you sing one line just so we can make sure it's good with if there's any instruments or anything like that, we just want to make sure the audio is good.
Okay, Radha Shruti here. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji, thank you. That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now let's move on to the next portion of our program. I would like to request Suvrat, if you could please turn on your audio and your video.
Yeah, Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
It's a little low. Do you want to speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, Hare Krishna.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Do you want to sing like one line or something? Just
Yeah.
No, please.
Sure. Nitāi-pada-kamala, nitāi-pada-kamala. Is that good?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Dandava Pranam, my humble obeisances to all of you. I'm going to be singing a bhajan called nitāi-pada-kamala. It's on the glories of Lord Nityananda. So I'm going to read the translation first. So, my Lord Nityananda, the jewel of all virtues, my Lord Nityananda, the jewel of all virtues, has brought the flood of ecstatic love of God that has drowned the entire world. Bringing this overwhelming deluge of Prem when he returned to Bengal from Jagannath Puri on Lord Chaitanya's order, Nitai has inundated the assembly of devotees. The fallen non-devotees did not drown, however, but remained floating on that ecstatic ocean. Lord Nityananda freely offered this exalted prema, which is difficult for Lord Brahma to attain, even to the fallen and wretched souls who did not desire it. The ocean of mercy has formerly been sealed tight, but Nitai cut a channel in its boundary to allow the great flooding waves of nectarian prema to splash from house to house. Lochan Das says, whoever has not worshipped my Nitai or taken advantage of this excellent opportunity offered by him knowingly commits suicide. Okay, Hare Krishna. Nitāi-pada-kamala, 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 Aniya-pi-me-da-vanya, Vaishalo-avane, Aniya-pi-me-da-vanya, Vaishalo Avani Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Remervanya Loya Nitai Aila Gora Deshe Remervanya Loya Nitai Aila Gora Deshe Jubilo Bhakata Gane Dina Hina Bashe Jubilo Bhakata Gane Dina Hina Bashe Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Dina Hina Pati Tapa Marana Hibache Dina Hina Pati Tapa Marana Hibache Brahma Radulabha Preme Sabakara Jase Brahma Radulabha Preme Sabakara Jase Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Abhada Karuna Sindhu Katiya Mohana Abhada Karuna Sindhu Katiya Mohana Gare Gare Bole Prema Ami Yadavana Gare Gare Bole Prema Ami Yadavana Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Lochan Bole Mora Nitai Devana Bajilo Lochan Bole Mora Nitai Devana Bajilo Janiya Suniya Se Atma Gati Hola Janiya Suniya Se Atma Gati Hola Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Nitai Ganamani Amar Nitai Ganamani Niya Primera Vanya Vaishalo Vani Aniya Primera Vanya Vaisalo Vani Nitai Gunamani Amar Nitai Gunamani Nitai Gunamani Amar Nitai Gunamani Primera Vanya Vaisalo Vani Aniya Primera Vanya Vaisalo Vani Nitai Gunamani Amar Nitai Gunamani Nitai Gunamani Amar Nitai Gunamani Nitai Gunamani Amar Nitai Gunamani Gokulanand Vivo.
Hare Krishna Suvrat, that was absolutely amazing. Great work, excellent job. It is now time for our break. We will be having our lunch break and it will last until 1:30. So I humbly request everyone to please return back at 1:30 for our Bhajan Rahasya classes. So see you all at 1:30. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you. सुबह ऊपर का सेट कर लो बेटा.
Hare